உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம்
Yes. Now let us enter into the next segment of how to receive Devi Parashakti. Supreme Point of Hinduism said literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen and watch Devi Parashakti. This coin is considered a traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be any lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paise. In US, it can be even 1 cent also. So offer everything with Devi Parashakti and watch Devi Parashakti. Once the darshan is over, do the namaskar and take the betel leaf, betel nut, banana immediately as a prasadam. Collect all the coins which you offered as a Guru Dakshina and send it to Los Angeles temple. This betel leaf, it may look too small, but in few days you will see how much it adds value to your sentiment. You literally start feeling she is there. So you will not take Devi Baba Samaj darshan for granted. All these rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you, rise you to the powerful cognitions. It all will break their unconscious behavior. Here, Supreme Point of Hinduism also gave a wonderful process as Mahapanchabhuta Yoga to prepare our body to receive the grace and blessings of the Viparashakti. So let us hear the signs from the Supreme Point of Hinduism.
I wanted to give you one secret to all of you. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga. See, whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer, on the day, do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Means, apply only mud on the body and take bath. Don't apply any chemical on the body to take bath. Just that Puttuman means that anthill mud. Only that apply on the body and take bath. Don't apply anything else. That is mud, earth part, earth component. Second, water. Drink only water that day. Don't eat, drink, don't do anything other than drinking water. When you come for the Parashakti's Akashic reading, at least for a few hours, prepare yourself. Maybe 10 hours ahead. Just drink only water and keep yourself active. Third, the fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Just the pure fire. You can chant Omkara to intensify it, or Mahavagya, Ajapa Japa, but pure fire. No food, nothing. That pure fire should be encouraged. And just be in the free air, open space, breathing the whole sky at least few hours before. And intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, Akasha. See, listen. Akasha is an intense energy. Just like the other bhutas, like earth, water, fire, air, the Akasha also is a pure consciousness. It is intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest Akasha's energy in you, consciousness in you. So do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Your questions will be surely answered immediately by Parashakti. If you just do this Panchabhuta Yoga and come for the Devi Akashic reading, she will simply answer your questions. I'll repeat. Apply the ant hill mud and take bath, or even clay. Don't use any other chemical. Take bath just with a mud. Second, drink only water. No other food or juice at least for 10 hours ahead. If possible, that whole day. Third, intensify the Agni in your stomach without dumping any food on it. Just through the Omkara, Ajapa, Japa, ignite it, intensify it. Fourth, walk around and breathe in an open space at least for a few hours before. Fifth, try to unclutch as intensely as possible to receive the Akasha energy, Chitambara, Chitambara, that energy of cosmic space. With this Panchabhuta Yoga, come to Parashakti's Akashic reading. Surely she will answer your questions.
Yes. So with that, we'll be moving on to the next segment where we're going to see the revelations given by the Devi Parashakti. So in this segment, we're going to listen to one of the revelations given by the Devi Parashakti, and we're going to discuss about how it got manifested in the current world now, and we're going to see the solutions given by the Devi Parashakti. So first, let us watch the revelations given by the Devi Parashakti.
Om, 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 Omgaratuyarnd. Vangai Vedamudu Agamamai வெளிப்பட்டு ரீங்காரமாய் மலர்ந்து பரஷோடசியாய் நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரஷோடசி பரமசிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து ஆராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம். இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையென ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடைய கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி. பரமசக்தி பரஷோடசி மனோன்மணியின் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவ பூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில் நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர் இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும் என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி. மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Now let us see the English translation of what Devi has revealed. Devi has said, world cannot be sacrificed for the sake of conspiracy is done by the ignorant thief who got struck in Maya. Srishti should not have loss, cosmos should not have destruction. To save the cosmos from the Pralaya, I made a huge ship. Its name is Adi Kailasa. Adi Kailasa is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos and save the people from the Pralaya. Through the tricks of the traitors, rules of the enemies, without any other way out, the time has come for the Satirids to leave. That is why the sky is boiling and moving towards the very destruction. People, even if the children do mistaken ignorance by getting struck in Maya, as it Parashakti, Paramashakti, Parashodasi, Manomani, it's my responsibility to save the cosmos from the destruction. I'm telling some of the truths. Listen properly. Within next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost. Search for the protection. Search for the save your life. So this is the revelation given by Devi Parashakti on the 12th May 2021. Here we can see the fact which is revealed by Devi Parashakti, how this pandemic going to affect the world and how the states are across the globe are getting affected, impacted in multiple levels now. So in the next segment, we're going to see how it is manifesting now and how Devi's revelation is in line to what is happening now. So we're going to watch after a short break. We request each one of you to stay tuned. Nithyanandam.
Itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairav. Stand. a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive. Somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to Mahakailas. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I'm your guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, be your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Yes, Nithyanandam, welcome back. So in this segment, we're going to see the current state of the world as revealed by Devi Parashakti. How Devi Parashakti's revelations are manifesting now and how this pandemic is affecting the global world now. So as the recent countries are facing so much of natural disasters, floods in many parts of the world, on the other side, the war is happening. And as usual, still now the natural calamities like global warming, climatic change are still happening now. So as Soila Kailash are going to be the only solution which is fighting for the global conflicts, global resolution continuously. In this segment, Devi has revealed about the pandemic which is occurring in the global world now, which is coronavirus, the COVID-19. Even in this case, also Kailasha is continuously fighting and supporting the humanity for multiple levels, spiritually, economically, and medically also. So in this now, we go in this segment, we're going to see the current state of the world, how this pandemic is affecting, and what are the solutions given by Devi Parashakti. Talking in the numbers, it has been almost like 480 million cases have been now registered in the US, and around like 6.2 million deaths have been already registered to that UN reports. World Health Organization, which is since the start of the pandemic, which is from December 2019. So is that the actual numbers? The report from the US Washington University researchers, they have said that the actual numbers are seem to be 3 times higher than the what record says, which is around 18.5 million deaths have been already may have happened. So what is happening during the first and third, second wave? It is happening now. As you have globally, we have seen that mild decrease in the number of cases, but now the cases are rising again in UK and Scotland. So this gives the impact that pandemic is not over yet. And it is not just creating the death because it is creating multiple health disorders which is affected related to this and multiple economical collapse and education system change during because of this pandemic. Talking about the health factors, it is related to the multiple mental health disorders starting from headache, illness, stress, loneliness, and it has created a such impact on the global community now. And it also found out that even the mild symptoms can change the very size of the brain. The report from the UK, it has said, the scientists have proved that even the mild symptoms can change around 0.2 to 2 percentage of shrunk in the whole brain size. And it is also found out that people went through and recovered from the recently recovered from the COVID-19 that seems to be better hard to perform the complex mental tasks. On the other side, the biggest losers are the children and teens because the everyday life of the young people now have been restricted by the coronavirus pandemic for almost now 2 years now. Their personal and social consequences are devastating because they don't have the proper education systems and many things have been moved to the digital world because now they now don't have the interpersonal relationship. It is the time they have to develop this personal development to handle themselves in the future. On the other side, it is creating this mental impact is not only for the patients, it is for the doctors also. In Australian report, it says 1 out of 10 Australian doctors who handled the coronavirus during this pandemic had a thought of self-suicide or self-harming during this pandemic because of the high stress and anxiety during this COVID time. Is that the vaccine is going to be the solution for this pandemic? From the beginning, it is given the hope, but it is proved also on the other side, it is maybe a danger because it related to multiple health disorders also. Starting from the heart diseases, lung malfunction, and kidney malfunctions are related to the vaccines. On the other side, people are not willing to take the vaccine itself because scientists have proved that even though if you take the vaccines, you may not you may able to transmit the virus even though they don't get sick themselves. And in the case of Omicron, the new subvariants, it is said that no no vaccine is going to be a helpful factor in this Omicron because the Omicron is almost in 100 countries now, more than 100 countries now. And the report from the two Omicron, which says two-thirds of the people they had a Omicron before, sorry, they had a COVID before, which means the earlier they had some strain of COVID and they got treated, and now they can get in the Omicron back. So this proves that vaccines are no more a good play in this condition. Many protocols have been followed during the comeback becomes redundant now because the 14 days quarantine become redundant because now the virus can easily transmit for more than 200 days and it can cause the surge also to the humanity in this case also. What is the solution? As Devi revealed that Nithyananda Linga, which is installed by the Supreme Founder of Hinduism 12 years ago, is blessed by Devi Parashakti that it is going to be a one-stop cure solution. It is not only going to prevent, even though people get sick, or even though they get infected with the COVID-19, it can easily heal just by taking a dip in the Vaideswara Linga. And Devi has also said that it is going to be a only solution. It is the Kailasha going to be a only place which is going to be spiritually, cosmically protected by this COVID virus. Even now, as we all know that the multi-quarantine facility, which is offered by Kailasas across the globe, initiated by the Supreme Founder of Hinduism, is recognized by the UN also. Out of the many solutions given by the multiple states and organizations across the globe, Kailasa is the one which is still standing for zero death rates. On the other side, Supreme Founder of Hinduism has opened many spiritual embassies across the globe, de facto embassies, monasteries, for giving the shelter, free food, free accommodation, free everything is free for the people to come and stay to protect themselves from this COVID virus. So this all is happening, but on the other side, people thinking about this virus itself, pandemic itself, the impact it is creating, they're getting the fear, and that is creating a huge impact on the people. So here they have given the 8 simple solutions as to get out of this fear about the pandemic, let us go to each and everyone. Devi has revealed that, oh humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection, coronavirus. Through these 8 ways, Devi has blessed, even if you follow any one of these authentically, we will save from this pandemic. The first is praying and meditating on Devi Parashakti. Second is surrendering to Devi Parashakti through the social media. Third, wherever Devi is residing, worshipping Devi by doing the fire walking. Fourth is applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on Devi Parashakti every day. Fifth, being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. Sixth, doing ajapa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, Shiva, and Shiva. Seventh, with a complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to the sleep. Eighth, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Spurna that blossoms as Aham in the state of Ananda Spurna. So these are the 8 conscious solutions given by the Devi Parashakti for people to get rid of the very fear about the pandemic itself. So with this, we come to the end of this segment where we have seen the revelations and the solutions given by the Devi Parashakti for this COVID world. Before we go into the next segment, we're going to have a short break. We request each one of you to stay tuned. Nithyanandam.
Itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairav. Stand. A conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive. Somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to Mahakailas. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important aspect for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache, or depression, or the worst suicidal patterns, or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. Itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairav. Stand. A conscious woman or man. Be conscious being.
Nithyananda, welcome back. Now we'll be entering into the next segment of offerings to Devi Parashakti. So in this segment, we're going to see the multiple offerings which we can show through which we can show our love and gratitude to Devi Parashakti. So let us understand the context behind the offerings. The Bhagavad Purana, the chapter number 8 and verse number 37, the translation of the verse said, one part should be used for dharma, dana, second is for resha, public works, which brings up name, fame to oneself. Third should be reinvested to generate more wealth. Fourth is for kama, enjoyment of material things. And fifth, for one's own family and friends. So here 20% should be donated for dharma. The dana given in the home yields 10 times as much merit as when made elsewhere. 100 times when made in Goshala, Kaupen, 1000 times when made in sacred places, Tirthas, and an infinite number of times when made in premises of Shivalinga, such as Shiva temple. Dana given in order to achieve the mokshas is considered as the most valuable form. Dana given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be medium value. It is also called as Daya Dana. Dana given to achieve one's own selfish ends is known as the least value of all. So the first offering to Devi Parashakti is the E-Hundi. The Sanskrit verse goes on as Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhave Sharararadhye, Sarvane Sharmadayinye. Devi is found of true devotion and is released to the true devotion. She can be won over true devotion. She removes all the fear. If there is a fear in the minds of the devotees, Devi will surely remove all those fears. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in the atom. It is meant that atom for all our lives is when the thoughts turns more and more inwards. When that happens, the role of the divine becomes known and understood clearly to us, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhave, the consort of Sambhu, Lord Shiva. Sarararadhya means worshipped by Sharada, Saraswati. Sharvani, the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called as Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadayinye, Devi who bestows happiness on devotee. You can offer your gratitude and the devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during the pujas to Devi. So next is the Sankalpa chanting. The nominal donation is $1. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives the buzz to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives the knowledge that leads to the salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. Devi Mahatmyam chapter number 12 and verse number 34. And the nominal donation is $1. So offer this sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with all the purification of the desires and wishes he or she is aiming for. So now let us understand the significance of the divine element gold. Gold is present in all the scriptures and agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Idihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that the gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were made, offered, and gold bricks. When one was to be saved from the life threatening illness, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and is used for the equivalent amount of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge column and huge archway made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the river of the gold. In this river was called as Hiranyamaya, the river of gold. The Saraswati river was called as Hiranyavardhini in Atharvaveda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. So the first offering to Devi Parashakti in the gold is Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. The nominal donations are 75 to 51 and to 151 US dollar. The Sanskrit verse from the Lalita Sahasranama, verse number 731, goes on as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes repetition of her various names. This is the offering of 1,000 names of Devi Parashakti. It is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So offer the gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension as an attribute of her that you always wanted to imbibe within you. The next offering is Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with the pearl. The nominal donations are 251, 501, and 750 US dollar. The translation of the verse goes on as I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with the gemstones and has a small bulls, who is shining like a splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So offer the Mukta Anguti with a pearl to the cosmic mother and experience the blessings and healings with your own mother. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. The nominal donations are 600 US dollar. The Kamikagama verse goes on as all the kalashas should be wound around with a suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. There are hundreds of scripture reference for using the gold lotus in the worship, the ultimate of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the golden lotus flower, lotus leaf, or lotus petals. The lotus is divine flower, where it is a configuration of deities of worship or the objects of meditation are the mudras and the asanas used during the worship in every dimension. The lotus is involved and offered. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. The base of Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus about to bloom. So offer the golden lotus in any size you wish to and express the gratitude of the Tyaga and the sacrifice of your mother. The next is Swarnamiti, the golden toe ring. The normal donation is $750. The translation of the verse goes on as you, whose brightness from the tornado destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of devotees prostrate at your feet. You, whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. So offer the toe ring to the Devi Parashakti, adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult situation aspects of your life. The next is the Swarna Mangatika, the golden hairline jewelry. The normal donation is $750. The translation of the Sanskrit verse, the Sudha Sarabhi Varshini, goes on as she who makes the nectar flowing in all our nerves from Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangatika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open and blossoms. Offer the Mangatika to the Parashakti and receive the blessings and of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. So here are all the offerings which we can make to Devi Parashakti for the Tyaga of our mother. So before we go into the enter into the next segment of seeing the offerings to beloved Guru, we're going to have a short break. Request each one of you to stay tuned. Nithyanandam.
Itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairav. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive. Somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten, each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to Mahakailas. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important aspect of our life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower. your depression, your frustration, be your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negative.
Yes, welcome back. So now let us see the offerings to our beloved Guru. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Kularna Tantra, chapter number 12, verse number 12 say, there is no mantra higher than the Padika, no God higher than the Guru, no initiation is higher than the Shakti, and no merits is higher than the Kula worship. The first offering to our beloved Guru is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. It's a wonderful opportunity for each one of us to do the Pada Puja to the sacred lotus feet of our beloved Guru, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Kulara Tantra, chapter number 12, verse number 5 says, O Devi, remember this Padika, which is infinitely greater merits than the billions and billions of mantra japa, and billions of pilgrimage, and billions of worship. So offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the nominal donation is $1,008. Offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and build a huge, wonderful oneness with our beloved Guru. Next offering to our beloved Guru is the Vastra Alankara Seva, which is nominal donation is $1,008. For making the offering, you can directly head over to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. So these are the useful links for your registration. In the registration form, there are two options. One is ready to offer today, or you can fill your intention to offer the specific sevas, or you need help in manifestation, or you need some more details. You can head over to tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi and you can fill your data and ask a query in that. When you're ready to offer today, you can head over to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings and make the online payment. Once the payment is done, make sure you're heading over to tiny.cc/Sankalpa2021 to submit any details for the puja and the names to be chanted for this. So with this, we come to the end of this segment where we have seen the multiple offerings to our beloved Guru and Devi Parashakti. So with this, we come to the end of this segment. We're moving on to the next segment. After a short break, we request each one of you to stay tuned. Nithyanandam.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairav. Stand. A conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to Mahakailas. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important aspect of life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck. and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. Itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairav. Stand. A conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to Mahakailas. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment. Irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck. and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, be your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Yes, Nithyananda. Welcoming back all the viewers and participants to this beautiful segment of the glimpses of the glorious past on the 4th of April. In this segment, we will be seeing about how throughout the years the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Leela, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously contributing and elevating the level of consciousness of humanity and bestowing this beautiful science of enlightenment and power manifestation and guiding humanity to the next level of existence. So let's begin with the 4th of April 2004. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spoke to the delegates of the Ananda Spurna about the science of third eye. The secret chakra that resides between our eyebrows directly connects us with the divine, and when opened, is the direct portal through which we can manifest anything we want with our willpower. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains that when this chakra is not opened, we spend 80% of our time day and night dreaming and 20% creating. Once awakened, the opposite happens, and we become masters of our own destiny. We also come down from the mental and the logical plane and tune in with our intuition. By switching from head to heart, we become intelligent in a divinely guided way and we stop following intellect. So, this is the beautiful satsang and revelations that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared on the Agnya Chakra, the third eye. Let us now see a small excerpt from that satsang.
Centro de energia que se situa entre as sobrancelhas. Anya means willpower. Anya significa força de vontade. O que você deseja se torna realidade. energy. Isso cria uma energia mística tremenda. This can make you master your dreams and your visions. Isso pode fazer você dominar os seus sonhos e visões. As of now, your 80% of energy is spent only in dreaming, only 20% is spent in creating. Agora, 80% das suas energias são gastas em sonhar, somente 20% em criar. 80% is spent in daydreaming and night dreaming. 80% é gasto em sonhar acordado e sonhar à noite. Only 20% is spent in creating. Somente 20% é gasto em criar. If this chakra is awakened, 80% will be spent in creating, only 20% will be spent in dreaming and. Se você acorda esse chakra, 80% da sua energia vai ser gasta em criar e somente 20% em sonhar. So, 80% of your energy will be put to use when this chakra is awakened. Então, 80% da sua energia vai ser colocada em uso quando esse chakra acorda. This chakra creates creativity and power in you. Esse chakra cria um poder, uma criatividade tremenda em você. If all other
Yes, that was just an excerpt. And we will now be moving on to the next year, which is the 4th of April 2007. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism compared the knowledge to a knife that can get dangerous in the hands of a terrorist, or it can heal in the hands of a doctor. Given this, what is the secret behind the Shiva Sutra, where Shiva opens all techniques to everybody without any prerequisites? The people who listen to the sutras understand this from their level of the consciousness. As their continuous growth, new meanings emerge from the sutras, thereby eliminating the danger of this knowledge being misused by anybody. So let us now see a beautiful excerpt from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Shiva Sutras.
Should be given only to a qualified person who really seeks for it, who really wants it. Even in Katopanishad, Yama says, Yamadharma wants Nachiketa, his disciple, this knowledge cannot be given to a person who is not sincere. If it is given to a person who is not sincere, the person who is giving, his head will burst. He will die. Only after thoroughly checking the sincerity of a disciple, this knowledge should be transmitted. This knowledge should be shared. Here, Mahadeva, Anandeshwara is not putting any condition. He is straight away opening up all the techniques, much more stronger and deeper than Katopanishad. You may think then people may not misuse these techniques. The possibility to misuse this knowledge exists. Understand? Just yesterday I was talking to you about those Tibetan masters who can pierce the body, penetrate it with a wooden piece without bleeding, or who can take you beyond the ordinary programming, the engraved memories. See, this knowledge is very dangerous if it is caught in the wrong hands. Just imagine if this knowledge is given to a person who wants to enslave people, who is interested in power. It is dangerous. He can misuse it. He can just put you all inside the bell and give the suggestions. You will follow only my words. Dangerous. This knowledge is such, it's like a knife. If it is in the hands of a doctor, it will save lives. If it is in the hands of a terrorist, it will
kill. You can use this knowledge for killing or healing. The knowledge is very dangerous if it is caught in the hands of wrong persons. People who are not matured enough, if they receive these great powers, this knowledge, dangerous for humanity. That is why, before the knowledge is transmitted, always the disciple is asked to practice the basic morality, like love, respecting others, ahimsa, non-violence, satya, truthfulness. All these things are put as a basic requirement so that you won't be a dangerous person once you achieve these great powers. You will not be a danger to the humanity. Mahadeva opens here all the sutras. One important thing you should know, Shiva Sutra does not have any prerequisite, any morality, no yama, no niyama. Means the moral prerequisites. Patanjali speaks about moral prerequisites. Yama, niyama, ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, aparigraha. He gives so many conditions. Practice this, then get all the powers. Only then he even talks about techniques to achieve extraordinary powers. Here, Anandeshwara is not talking about any yama niyama. Straight away he is opening with the technique. The first sutra is Devi's questions. The moment Devi finished the questions, Shiva is answering. Mahadeva is speaking. He is straight away opening the techniques. Naturally, people will think there is a danger of this knowledge being misused. The Bhashyakara, commentator, writes, no, because the sutras are written such a way, only if you are qualified, if you are pure enough, you will be able to understand. The level in which, the plane in which, the conscious level in which you are staying, only to that extent you will be able to relate with the sutra. Only that much you will understand. The same line will give new meaning, new understanding if you grow. Sometimes people come and tell me, Swamiji, 2 years ago, I heard your lecture, but that time I didn't understand much. Somehow I started meditating. Now, if I hear the same discourses, if I read the same books, I understand so much. I feel, how did I miss? How I couldn't understand all these things in those days, that time. I tell them, you understand new things, you understand things in a matured way because you have become matured. If you grow, the ability to learn from the same books also will grow. The same lines will teach you new things. The same words will awaken new energy in you, because
Yes. So if you would like to continue watching this beautiful video, you can log on to the official YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and type in knowledge, the double-edged sword, and you will get this video, which was on the 4th of April 2007. We are now moving on to the 4th of April 2010. Kailasa's Department of Information Broadcasting, in collaboration with Kailasa, Uniting Nations for Peacekeeping, aimed at eradicating violence and promoting peace, telecasted a video on the cosmic principles of Jivan Mukti as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In this talk entitled Nithyananda Discourse Series, The Secret of Birth, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounded that knowing the how, when, where, and why we were born is important to living life in tune with the purpose of our birth. He explained what we call as death, birth, and death are actually only incidents in our lives, and what we think as birth happens within the three kshana of our mothers delivering us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism went on to explain that because two souls cannot live in the same body, our physiology lives as an extension of the mother, and the soul does not enter the body until after delivery. In contrast, what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism thinks as our birth begins long before we land on planet Earth. We exist eternally, he said. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounded that when we don't understand the purpose of our birth, we live out of tune with that purpose and we reincarnate repeatedly, which comes with suffering. Let us now take a few moments to watch this beautiful discourse.
Dear one and all, I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let us start understanding different components and dimensions of Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. First, today we will understand the concept of birth. You may think, why we need to know about birth to live enlightenment? Because birth is over. It has already happened. What is the use of knowing about birth to live enlightenment? Please understand, knowing about birth will reveal great truths to you about your life. Knowledge about the starting point is very important for your travel. How you started, why you started, where you started, when you started, what for you started will really help you to tune yourself to that original truth in your life. If your life is in tune with the purpose of your birth, you are living enlightenment. Please understand. If your life is in tune with the purpose of your birth, you are living enlightenment. A person who is in tune with the purpose of his birth is Jivan Mukta. So knowing the secrets of birth is a very important thing we need to do to be a Jivan Mukta, to live enlightenment, to radiate enlightenment. First thing, you need to know the secrets, how the birth happens. Please understand. Ordinary human beings think the moment they come out of their mother's womb, they are born. Some people say, no, the moment they are conceived, they are born. Or some say, the moment the outer fresh air, the world is felt, they are born. There are so many theories. Please understand, the truth is, you are born before even the idea of landing on the planet Earth happens. See, your birth, what you think as birth, is only one incident in your whole life. I am trying to express some of the strong, intense truths to you. Birth, what you think as birth, is not the beginning. What you think as death is not end. Please understand, in the whole life, It is one part. What you think as birth is only one incident. What you think as death is only one incident. You need to understand with a little clarity about the whole life. Only then you can look into the idea of this birth and this death. Only then you will understand the purpose of this birth. If you think this birth, taking the body which you are having now, is the beginning, then you cannot know the purpose. You cannot know the purpose. We need to understand, we are repeating the same thing again and again and again. Only then we can stop repeating. Please understand. Unless you know you are repeating, you will not have the intelligence to stop repeating. Small story. In a bar, one guy meets the other guy and says, "What's your name?" That guy says, "Smith." This guy says, "Oh, I am also Smith. Where are you living?" This guy says, "Just down the street." This guy says, "Yes, I am also living there." "Which floor?" "Second house, third floor." This guy says, What? "Believe me, I am also living. That's same house, same floor." Bartender, looking at this conversation, turns to us other client, other customer, and says, "Oh God, this is the same thing happening every Saturday. These fellows are father and son. What to do?" Please understand, we are repeating unconsciously same thing again and again and again because we are in unconsciousness. Our birth and our death is just like this story. The father Smith and son Smith talking to each other every Saturday. That is what our birth and our death. First thing you need to understand about birth is we are repeating it again and again and again. First. Second, why are we repeating it again and again and again? Because after the birth, before the death, we forget why we are born. We fall into unconsciousness. If we know the purpose of birth, from birth to death, we will not be repeating the same thing again and again and again. Man who forgets the purpose of his birth, between his birth and death, is an ordinary man, unconscious man. Person who very clearly remembers the purpose of his birth, from his birth to death, is a Jivan Mukta. A person who lives this life at least once, very clearly, knowing the purpose, in tune with the purpose. If he takes birth again and again, even if he takes birth, he is called incarnation, Avatara Purusha. So, knowing the purpose of birth and secrets of birth plays a major role in living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti.
Yes, we are now moving on to the 4th of April 2011. On that day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounded on the 143rd Sutra, 3rd chapter, 37th verse of the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, in which Patanjali gave a technique to straightaway awaken our spiritual powers. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that teleportation of Vibhuti and all happens when the mediums are ready to receive, but explained that before that happens, he has to work with every receiver to upgrade them, remove all their virus, and make them compatible with the high-speed internet connection. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that it is very easy to send to Padukas because they don't have logic. It is just matter which is especially energized. It is simply like his representative. It is very easy. But for a person who has logic, whole logic has to be purified. So here the supreme point of Hinduism is revealing the science of the power manifestation from the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Let us take a beautiful look at the satsang that he gave.
Simply like my representative. My representative is there and it's very easy. But to a person who has a logic, sending it will be little, means his whole logic has to be purified and made to receive, receptive. That's why it takes a little time. But I have decided before this Guru Purnima, July 25th, at least 25 people will be initiated into receiving or the teleported materials like a Vibhuti or Lingam or any material. And July 25th, Guru Purnima, we will have a public demonstration to the media on the science of teleportation. We will have a full-fledged public demonstration. That's why it takes to the international media. I have decided before under the controlled conditions. At least all the people who are going to receive Vibhuti will be monitored by scientists, and person who is going to send me, I also will be monitored by the scientists, and we will prove it scientifically, the science of teleportation. And not only that, I'll make this science available to the world as a clear curriculum, as a syllabus. Like now, I have made the levitation as a clear science curriculum. I can assure anybody comes and sits in the inner awakening for 21 days will levitate. Guarantee. This time onwards you will see it's a guaranteed experience. It is not like a you may not know. We have mastered the science. We have mastered the science of reproducing that experience. Not only few people can experience, anybody who sits the 21 days, goes through, will experience levitation. We have mastered the science. Same way, I'll make this, I think by December inner awakening, I'll make this teleporting as a clear science which anybody will be able to receive it. Anybody will be able to receive it. And already I'm training some 15-20 of the ashramites. I'm sitting with them, training them not only to receive and teleport, even to send. Even to send. I just wanted some yogis, some at least few thousand yogis, to learn this science in a very systematic way and share it with the world. And it is all just to inspire you, make you have Shraddha for Shastra Pramana. Understand? I wanted all of you to know, especially people who receive Vibhuti in their hands or in their house Padakas, or who are part of this teleporting science or who are experiencing levitation. Do not allow this to lead to ego. No. Don't allow this to expand or make you arrogant, expand your ego or make you arrogant. Then it becomes like an elephant goes to take bath in the river, but finally that fool gets into some mud and dumps the mud on his own head and comes out more dirty. Then he went inside the water. He went inside the water to clean himself, but finally instead of pouring water on his head, he poured sludge and dust on his head and came out. Don't become like that. Be very clear. Do not use your spiritual experiences to improve your or to expand your ego. No. Talk always about your spiritual experiences with a lot of humbleness and respect to that experience and the transformation it created on you. Understand? Share this with the world to tell, because of this Vibhuti materializing in your hand, you have more Shraddha, more sincerity,
to the Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana.
Yes, that was the beautiful satsang that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave on the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. And we will now be moving on to the next year, which is the 4th of April, 2012. On this day's presidential address, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism demonstrated how to integrate our short-term productivity with our long-term creativity. The two are unified by our inner attitude. When we understand that every action is opportunity to enhance the lives of others and thereby also raise our own integrity, we spontaneously move towards increasing our excellence in every task. We become completely honest in our work because perfection is our natural inclination. Once all our work is infused with this principle of expansion, the long term results likewise reflect our authentic creativity. Below, we can see the pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from the Nithyananda Satsang. Let us now see a beautiful satsang where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is explaining about living without food.
Just to get cured. Siddha, allopathy, homeopathy, Ayurveda, anipathy. Just give something, they will get healed. That 40% placebo effect people are waiting to get cured. I tell you, if you can be healed by the placebo medicine, you are a yogi, yet to be discovered by you. I tell you, there is a huge possibility sitting in your biomemory. You are a yogi, yet to be discovered by you. It's a huge possibility. Even if you feel connected to these great truths, immediately those powers will start opening up in you. I am talking about this esoteric evening, every day esoteric truths, for two reasons. One, to help that 40% of people. Second, if you again and again hear about different esoteric powers and extraordinary powers, some power which is in you will open up. See, now I am talking about living without food. For 40% of people, this power itself will open up. There are other 50% of people on whom suddenly some new power will open up. They will be able to drive the bicycle without holding the hands. You may think how that is connected to eating without food. You don't know. When some esoteric powers, great truths about the esoteric powers enter into your biomemory. If you are convinced about some powers, some other powers which is there closer to your biomemory will wake up. So with this esoteric evening series, I'll be waking up many of the different mystical powers many of our disciples have. Understand one more thing. If you are feeling connected to me, you are a yogi, you are going to have enlightenment with all spices, Ashtama Siddhis, and extraordinary powers. It is juicy, spicy. There's no brand. I think we'll have to create our own Nithyananda brand. where not only you are going to express enlightenment, you are going to express continuously extraordinary powers and expressions, energies. I tell you, if you are feeling connected to me, be very clear. You are a yogi who is going to express the enlightenment with all its spice. Only that kind of biomemory people will have even feeling connection with me. This esoteric evening series, even listening, understand. One more thing, when I show all these extraordinary masters and great truths, I am also programming your inner space to it. You are seeing in my space. Beyond your mind, your biomemory starts believing. Just today, one disciple complained to me that she has been hurt. And I challenged, I'll see to it you are healed. You try to hold on to your hurt, I'll heal. Come on, let's see. Because I know our biomemory listens to me more than her. It is beyond our control. Her biomemory simply listens to whatever I am saying. Because our biomemory has a deeper trust and faith, feeling connection than ourself. Same way, when you are sitting in my presence and seeing all these great truths, simply it gets into your biomemory. You may be getting the information about levitation in this esoteric evening. More than 40% will have that experience as the levitation itself. There is another 50% which will have some other power suddenly awakened. They will be able to stand on their just one hand. They will be just able to do Sirasasana. You may think, how come that power, this? It is possible. Esoteric powers are nothing but tuning your body to new energies, different channels, that's all.
Yes, that was a beautiful satsang where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed on the various power manifestations and the satsangs of the esoteric evenings. We are now moving on to the 4th of April 2013. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave a new definition of responsibility. When we realize that we are the source of everything, each of us is God. We understand that we are responsible for everything. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that whatever is going on in the world, if it has any effect on us, we are responsible for it. Even for events over which we may think we have no control. The concept of blaming others or of finding an excuse for not accomplishing our goals ceases to exist. We discover how to be leaders. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that responsibility is the spiritual DNA for leadership, gifting us with the understanding to resolve problems far beyond what we felt we could cope with before. Later that day, the Raj TV representatives came to offer their respects and love to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for all his contributions on upholding the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Let us now see a beautiful oneness capsule of the 4th of April 2013.
அருணாச்சல சிவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே அபயம் தந்தம்மையார் கொண்டிடவே அபயம் தந்தம்மையார் கொண்டிடவே கருணையால் உதித்தவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே அருணாச்சல சிவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே அபயம் தந்தம்மையார் கொண்டிடவே அபயம் தந்தம்மையார் கொண்டிடவே கருணையங்குதித்தவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே யுக அக்னி திரேதையில் மாணிக்கம் துவாபரத்தாமிரமாம் உயர் துவாபரத்தாமிரமாம் கலியுகம் உய்ய அருணாச்சல இந்த கலியுகம் உய்ய அருணாச்சல திரு மலையன எழுந்தவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே
Yes, we will now be moving on to the 4th of April 2014. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, shared an interesting fact about Advaita. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that our hormones are programmed to experience non-duality. Biologically, we experience Advaita during the milestones of our life, such as moving from childhood to adulthood and during death. But when we work directly with an enlightened master, he can move us to experience Advaita in the physiological and conscious space to enjoy in our lives now. Living in harmony with others is the first step. We can practice it today, but remembering that everyone is part of us. Later that day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visited the Ganga Mata and passed through the worldwide known cremation grounds of the Manikarnika Ghat, from where the fortunate and blessed souls get to attain their moksha. We'll now move on to the year of 2015. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the Nitya Dhyana Yoga Day 1. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that we don't have just one identity as we imagine. We have 4 identities. At all times, we carry 4 identities together. The first of these 4 identities is Mamakara, or inner image. It is the inner image and experience we carry about ourselves. The second identity is Ahankara, or outer image. It is how we project ourselves to others. We may try to project ourselves as powerful, talented, honest, helpful, or whatever. Unfortunately, what we project is always far more than what we believe ourselves to be. Third identity is others' image of us, which is the image or expectations that others have about you. This is called Anyakara, or others' image about us. The fourth identity is the life image. It is called Swanyakara, or life image. Life image is what we experience life to be for us. For example, we may feel life is lonely, or life is complicated, or life is scared, or life is scary, or life is always showering me with everything I need. This is also our identity because it defines the exact experience we will be receiving from the people and situations in our life. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly sharing about the 4 images that we carry about life. We are now moving on to the year 2016. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the day 21 of the Inner Awakening Convention. As this was the last day of the convention, the delegates got to participate in the glimpses of my inner awakening and share all their breakthroughs and clicks they got throughout the convention. Additionally, the delegates got to receive the 21 temple prasadams that were brought especially for their benefit and enriching the celebratory aspect of the Hindu temple based lifestyle. Additionally, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave a darshan for all the delegates of the IA convention and for all the Adinavasis as well, where they got to receive all the boons and blessings they needed in order to have the necessary breakthroughs for their internal and external advancement. So here we can see the pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism giving the darshan and also the delegates sharing their experience of the Inner Awakening program. We are now moving on to the 4th of April 2017. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the Nithyananda Convention. As part of this convention, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated hundreds of new students into Nithyananda Gurukul and gave them energy darshan and an initiation into manifesting powers. Additionally, many of the Nithyananda Convention delegates received the sacred thread, Yajnopavitam, after they had been orated the sacred Hindu vows and got the initiation into the Gayatri Mantra by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Below we can see pictures of the convention going on and also the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiating the delegates into the Gayatri initiation. Let us now see a short video of the Nithyananda times on that auspicious day.
At the 2nd of April, the 10-day Nithyananda program for children started in Bengaluru, Adinam, a revolutionary program for kids and youth to manifest extraordinary powers and express them in day-to-day life.
How is that you feel or you express when you are able to see with your third eye? Is it black and white in color or it just appears in air? Exactly like how we see with both our eyes, the same way we see through our third eye also.
For instance, master mathematics in 10 days, read blindfolded with the third eye, and have awakened intuition. They learn also to scan the human body and remote places, and download textbooks through the third eye, and retrieve information through awakened memory. The power gives them not only extraordinary capabilities, but also a lot of confidence and overall strength to manifest what they want in life and be blissful.
Nithyanandam, this is Jaina Tang from Singapore. I'm with two wonderful balasans here, Jnana Tattva and Loka Prima. What happened is today we are practicing length, breadth and depth dimension. Right now we're at a depth dimension manifestation. So I gave them a breadth dimension manifestation. I gave them a picture which looks like this. It's a dance movement with a ballerina, like a male ballerina that dances really curvy when it's on the jump. So I didn't show them the picture, they actually drew it accurately. Look at this. The curve is correct. Both of them get it right. And for Jnana Tattva, he actually asked, what's the color of the top? Is it a light red or what kind of red is it? So I said, you just color it. Don't have to really check with me. So he looked at the Krishna Sila and he got the shades correct. Darker red and light pink on the top, which he used it as a lighter red. And for Loka Prima, he got it all right, but it's good. Look at the spiky hair. This guy almost has spiky hair on the run. So they did it perfectly.
तटाकविकलज्जल प्रवाह पावितस्थले गले वलम्ब्य लम्बिताम्भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां डमड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु न शिव शिवं जटाकटाः सम्भ्रम भ्रमन्निलिम्प निर्झरी विलोलवीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतीक्षणं मम ॐ शिवं शिवं शिवम् ॐ शिवं शिवं शिवम्
Sadashiva Sena is a group Adinavasis and disciples of Paramahamsa Nithyananda touring around the world to share the bliss and support the growth of Nithyananda Sangha. This weekend, they made a very special visit to Yogi Shiva Shankar Baba. They demonstrated powers like body scanning and answered questions about the third eye from his devotees. Sadashiva Sena got a grand tour around the campus, visiting the Durga temple, the main deity Balaji, and the roof of the main temple, which is replicating Tirupati Venkatachala's diamond crown. Also on campus are temples for Rama, Krishna, and Ganesha.
Yes, we are now moving on to the 4th of April 2018. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the day 4 of the most awaited Paramashivoham convention at the Bengaluru Adhinam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessed delegates of the Paramashivoham program with breakthroughs and revealed the core purpose of the convention, which was to remove the concept of impossibility from the depth dimension and to be established in the space of Nityananda. Delegates further experienced the Nityananda Yoga as it was directly revealed by Sadashiva. Around the world, several sevas, as well as Nityananda Gurukul, Nityananda Yoga, and temple gatherings to enrich local communities and the world took place. Announcements were made of upcoming programs such as the Inner Awakening, Nityananda Yoga Training, NDY, NKY, and various other programs for the upliftment of humanity. Let us now move on to the 4th of April 2020. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the day 16 of the Paramashivoham Level 2 Convention. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed the groundbreaking, best kept secrets about himself. Thus, if you understand how I exist for me, you will experience me absolutely now. Delegates offered Pratyakshapada Puja and Shiva Puja. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worked further on raising the consciousness of the delegates by bestowing them with the Paramashiva Bhava Darshan for the day, contributing to over 108 humanitarian causes of Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations. Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University marks that day as Season 1, Day 16 of Paramashivoham. One of the major highlights of Kailasa's contributions through this convention is power manifestation, and that day was the power of the third eye. Sannyasis of the Nityananda order of monks and initiated acharyas worldwide affiliated with the Department of Education of Kailasa conducted a series of seminars focusing on the tyaga, the ferociousness, the compassion, the motherliness, the patience, hard work, and other divine attributes of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, inspiring millions towards the science of Hinduism. We are now moving on to the 4th of April 2021. On this day, the ambassadors and delegates of the Kailasa nation received the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada with the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessed all the delegates with the most auspicious and the most sought after Bhava Samadhi darshan of Mahakala Bhairava. And here we can see the picture of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Bhava Samadhi darshan of Kala Bhairava. So with that, we come to the end of this beautiful segment of the glimpses of the glorious past. And we thank each and every one of you who have joined us in this beautiful segment. And we will now be receiving the live satsang of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And let's all sit straight and get ready to receive the sacred truths.
Paramashiva's message directly from Mahakailasa. Listen. The existence of the super consciousness consciously, powerfully reflecting into your conscious existence and your conscious existence recognizing your possibilities and powers of your superconscious existence is superconscious mutation. I wanted to make it very clear. This word mutants is misunderstood all over the world, especially the Hollywood movies and TV serials. The way they project the idea mutants, that is not the way Hinduism reveals about the conscious mutation. Please understand. The Hollywood movies and TV serials, what they talk about mutants is people with extra power, but not enlightenment or the intelligence, compassion to handle the power, compassion to handle the responsibility. It is more like a unconscious mutants from the lower worlds. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. The lower worlds. That concept only is presented in Hollywood movies and TV series like a Heroes, the New Heroes TV series. All these presents almost kind of a frightening depiction about the mutants. Completely forget about that. Understand what Hindu Shastras, Hindu scriptures, Vedas and Agamas, Puranas talk about superconscious mutation. From the vertical time zone, the higher conscious beings, people who achieved superconsciousness, those beings, their superconsciousness, when that reflects in your individual conscious existence, you start manifesting great enlightenment, intelligence, compassion, highest order of human values and divine qualities. With those jnana, buddhi, higher values, you start manifesting powers, extraordinary shaktis. Please understand. In India, even 200 years before, this was a lifestyle. Every village will have few Shatavadanis. Shatavadani means a person who can perform 100 acts at a time. Please understand. Great Vedic scholars in Hindu tradition developed these powers, possibilities through the superconscious mutation. Through this superconscious mutation, they could perform 100 acts at a time, because all their non-mechanical parts of the brain was awakened through this superconscious mutation process. I want all of you to know elaborately our Hindu scriptures, history, books have documented. Puranas are not mythology or myth, it's a history. They have documented these superconscious mutants, people who had the superconscious mutation experience. The Panchapandavas' birth itself is a superconscious mutation. Kundi received the power to make the superconscious beings give their DNA and give birth to kids through their DNA. She brought Surya's DNA with the blessing of Surya. That superconscious mutant is Karna. Till the end, his great value, the greatest value of Surya is just giving radiance is his very nature. Anything Karna had, he just gave. The quality of giving, radiating, could never be removed from Karna because he is from the DNA of Surya, the greatest giver, Bhaskara, radiating. He gave his very life. He is the extraordinary giver. Then Kundi brought the DNA of Yamadharma Raja. Yama is the Lord of natural law, Dharma, and gave birth to a child in the same signs of superconscious mutation. Till the end, Dharma. Yudhishthira, never violates dharma. The way he upheld dharma is unimaginable. It's because superconscious mutation. Then comes Bhima. It's a superconscious being, Vayu. His DNA was brought, and Vayu's very DNA, superconscious mutation has been done, and Bhima was born. The power Bhima radiated, the power of Vayu Bhagavan, the power Bhima radiated is unimaginable. Arjuna is a superconscious mutant of Indra. Then Nahula and Sahadeva, they are the superconscious mutants of Ashwini Kumaras. These great beings are all superconscious mutants. Understand? Our Idihasas, Puranas elaborately document these superconscious mutation and the signs of superconscious mutation. There's an elaborate description of the 7 enlightenment cities, Kashi, Kanchi, Madura, all these 7, Mayapuri, all these 7 enlightenment cities each having the population of 10,000 Sahasravatanis, 1 lakh Shadavatani. Sahasravatani means who can perform 1,000 action at a time. Sadavatani means who can perform 100 action at a time. Please understand, what I am talking is not story. Even as recently as now, there are documentation in Mohal's court where they start awarding Shatavadanis. They start giving awards to Shatavadanis. There are documentation. In front of the court, people performed this 100 acts at a time. Forget all of that. Even now, in Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins community, they are keeping this tradition of avatanis alive. The living stream is not dead. It is there still. It's there. Shodasavadanis, Ashtavadanis, still the tradition is there. In Andhra, Telugu Brahmins who came and settled in the banks of Kaveri, in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. All the 3, Godavari, Karnataka, Kaveri in Karnataka, Kaveri in the Tamil Nadu. In all 3 places, the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled are still keeping these Avadani traditions alive. Actually, there's an elaborate description how these rivers were energized with the superconscious energy for these Avadani traditions to be kept alive. The Ganga was used for Sahasravatana, Sahasravatanis, people who can perform 1,000 acts. They settled in Kashmir and Kashi. Then the next level, people who can perform little less than 1,000, but around 900. They settled in Yamuna. And you need to know, after the Ganga and Yamuna, people who can perform above 500, but less than 900. That group settled near Godavari. That is why when we describe the rivers and worship, Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati. Saraswati does not come third. Godavari comes third. Then comes Saraswati. Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri. It was different settlement of different avadanis. There's an elaborate description of how these avadanis are trained and how this science was kept alive. Avadani's training is one of the aspects of superconscious mutation. More than avadanis, another important aspect of superconscious mutation is ability to use the astras. Ability to use the different organs, senses. Listen. Ability to use different organs and senses. That superconscious mutation is avadanis. You will have an extraordinary capacity to smell, think, write poetry, recollect the numbers, names uttered, means the Jnanendriya, Karmendriya, Manas, Chitta, Buddhi, memory, everything will be fully active, alive, intensely, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. That is what is the definition of being an avatani. All your Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas. Jnanendriya means the organs in your system which receives information and processes. Karmendriya means organs in your system which performs actions. Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs who are responsible for Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be fully active and alive. Sorry for using too many Sanskrit terms. I'll try to translate every Sanskrit term I'm using and give English meaning. The knowledge receptors and action performers, these two organs, for example, the tongue, when it tastes, it is called Jnanendriya. When it speaks, it is called Karmendriya. Same tongue, when it performs the action of receiving the taste and processing that information, it's called Jnanendriya. The same tongue, when it performs the action of talking, it's called Karmendriya. Like that, the Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs which are responsible for these Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be active. For example, liver. Only if your liver is absolutely detoxed and fully active, you will have a deep ability to coordinate all the actions. Please understand, coordination of all the actions needs not just the support of the brain, it needs the support of your liver. Because your liver is responsible for all your internal organs functioning smoothly. So, the Avadani has to keep his whole body detox. If you are an Avadani, you will automatically keep your body detox. Only if you are detoxed, you will be able to be an Avadani. Keeping all your karmendriyas, jnanendriyas and internal organs active, alive, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically, in a synced way is called Avadana. I myself have seen an Avadani who can smell, listen to the music, taste some of the food items, and hear the numbers, flower names, various other names being uttered, and see the scenes in front of him, which is constantly changed, various paintings, mix all this and sing poetry without missing the order. He can see everything, listen everything, and during this whole process, somebody will be touching his back with peacock feather at various points. He will narrate this whole thing in a poetic way without missing the order. This multiple performance Avadanis is one aspect of superconscious mutation. Then the next, using Shastras. That is what now I am making Suvignana master. See, in Shankara's history, if you see Adi Shankara's history, two of his disciples never studied anything. Totakacharya, Bhatmapada. They just served him. Just by superconscious mutation, he made both of them Shastravadanis. Shastravadanis, like Sahasra Avadanis on Shastra. Sahasra Avadanis means they can perform 1,000 actions at a time. Shastra centered. He made both of them Sarvanyas. What Mandana Mishra did through the self-effort, his whole life, Adi Shankara gave it through superconscious mutation to Todaka and Bhatmapada Acharyas, just like that. Sarvanyatva can be transmitted through the initiation. And Sahasravadana of Shastras can be transmitted just like that. Adi Shankara has demonstrated it. Then Sahasravadanis of Shastra Sutras. How do you think Drona transmit this whole science to all the students in a short period? Especially the capacities of Arjuna, Bhima. If you see all their capacities, unimaginable capacities cannot come by training. It is only the science of superconscious mutation. Within 7 years, Karna receives everything including Brahmastram from Parasurama. How? It's impossible by training, but only through the superconscious mutation. Understand? Superconscious mutation is a science. There are 25 branches of Sahasravatana, performing 1,000 actions at a time centered on organs. This tradition is kept alive in the Telugu Brahmins community who settled in the banks of Godavari and Kaveri. Understand what I am saying? Even now, there is a living stream, at least few people. We have Shodasavadanis, means who can perform 16 actions at a time. I want to tell you, put this on record, how the invaders of India destroyed this Avadani tradition. They understood these Avadanis are the powerful people keeping this Hindu tradition alive. So these invaders started rewarding the Avadanis. Everyone thought, why will award and reward Avadanis? Hindus. Because all these Hindu Avadanis have started coming out openly, publicly to receive the award and reward. They collected everyone and finished them off once for all. That is the way the living stream of the Avadanis were destroyed by the invaders. Understand? But one good news I have for you, all of you, is fortunately, this Avadani, the superconscious mutation, is done in the DNA level. If the Telugu Brahmin DNA is available, Telugu Brahmin kids are available, that is enough. I can reinitiate them, revive the whole Avadani tradition, which is what I am doing through our Gurukul. This is the good news we have. The Gotra of Avadanis, the Telugu Brahmins who carry this Avadanis DNA. If the child is initiated, into power manifestation, immediately he reclaims, his DNA is awakened, and the whole Avadana powers starts manifesting. The superconscious mutation starts happening. Shrikant Iyer is sending a message. His family also, there are Avadanis. Shrikant Iyer, you are a Tamil Brahmin. That is not called Avadanis. That is a different science. It is yogic powers. Please understand. The Telugu Brahmins kept the Avadana tradition alive. Tamil Brahmins kept the mantra shastra alive. The Avadanis which you are talking, Srikant Iyer, your family, you are actually Tamil Brahmin, means the Tanjavur Brahmins, Tambra's family. Hope I am right. And people who carry that Iyer title, that DNA, your Avadanatva is manifested through Mantra Shastra. Fundamentally, the Tamil Brahmins Avadana tradition, that superconscious mutation is Shastra-centered. The Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition is organ-centered. Karmendriya, Jnanendriya centered power is the Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition. The Tamil Brahmins, see, I don't want to create any conflict or community fight here. I am just putting all these things in record. Whatever I saw in the Akashic records and Shastras and the traditions and books, I am putting it on record. The Tamil Brahmins have the Sahasravatana capacity, Shastra-centered. Once the Tamil Brahmin boy or a girl goes through a superconscious mutation, he can perform Avadana on any Shastras. On any Shastras. The Shastra-centric Avadana performance, Sahasravadana performance, science was kept alive, focused by Tamil Brahmins. Please understand, it's not that Tamil Brahmins never studied the Avadana tradition of Telugu Brahmins, but each of them took up one branch and kept it alive. And Shastra-centered Avadana tradition, Shastra means weapon. Shastra, Astra-centered Avadana tradition was kept alive by Parasurama's Gotra in UP. The whole UP area, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, in that area, the Parasurama's Gotra is still alive. They have that Sahasravadana tradition centered on Shastras and Astras. Still, I have seen one Brahmin sadhu who can pick up a grass and chant a mantra and throw that grass. It will catch fire by itself and go and fall some 20-30 kilometers away and blast. I have seen a sadhu who can perform this Avadana. Please understand, organ-centric superconscious mutation Avadani tradition was kept alive in Telugu Brahmin stream. Shastra-centric, mantra-centric, Sahasravadana tradition was kept alive by Tamil Brahmins, and Astra-Shastra, weapon-centric Avadana was kept alive by the Parashurama's Gotra in UP and Uttarakhand, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and UP, the UP, Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And Ramesh Ramani is sending a message that they are Telugu Brahmins, and one of his great-grandmother has written the Ramayana on wall. Oh God. Actually, these are living, what to say that, living documentation. I am getting so many messages. And Nitya Ramani is saying that Isha and Keshav are half Telugu Brahmins. Can they be initiated, Swamiji? Please understand, for the superconscious mutation, they have to be in a Gurukul. And Nitya Ramani, if you want 2 kids for the family, keep Isha and Keshav. Now plan to give birth to more kids. And you are young, you are not old. You are young, you can. Give birth at least 2 to 3 kids more. Send them to Gurukul because it needs a full attention for their DNA to fully manifest. Mainly the ecosystem. Ecosystem where they continue every day, they have to manifest powers. Their food. You need to understand, Nitya Ramani, because you asked, I am telling you, the lifestyle and the kind of words people utter around, all that plays a major role when a child flowers into Avadani. The fear and greed, everything should be centered on power manifestation, not on money manifestation. See, it is not that our Gurukul kids don't have fear or don't have greed, but it is all centered on power manifestation. They get greedy to manifest more powers. They get fear if they don't manifest powers. But it is not centered on money. Oh, will I get a job? Will I get this certificate? Will I get that? So understand, the whole life has to be focused on power manifestation and becoming Avadanis. The real reason why I am so focused on Gurukul is my work is not just writing some 1,000 books, giving 1,000 satsangs. My work is super conscious mutation. Making thousands and thousands of Avadanis, power manifestors, demonstrably. Please understand one more thing. I want to put this whole thing on record. Good news is this whole science is recorded inside the DNA. So as long as the last Brahmin is alive, this science cannot be destroyed, cannot be eliminated. That's the good news. The great news is Paramashiva has empowered me. He has given me the power to revive, awaken, and do the superconscious mutation. And revive that power of Sahasravadani. So Nitya Ramani, first thing, you are young, you are not old. Both of you are young. You can plan for at least 2 or 3 more kids and send them to Gurukul after the age of 7. This will be equivalent to giving $1 billion to Hindu society. Understand? When you give one child to Gurukul and when he starts manifesting powers, A tradition is revived, not just one person. A tradition is revived. I always tell people, when one Hindu woman is taken away, it is not that we lose one woman, yet whole lineage is lost. Same way, if the one child, Brahmin child, or one Brahmin girl starts manifesting this avatana powers, it is not that one girl or one boy is manifesting. The whole gotra, the whole order, the tradition, the heritage, that whole lineage is revived. The kids who are staying in their home with parents, I can initiate them, give them few powers. But becoming like a Sahasravatani, you need the ecosystem where the kids manifest these powers intensely. I wanted to tell all of you who put the message now, Ramesh Ramani, Nithya Ramani, Shrikant Iyer, all of you, take this very seriously. One child from the Brahmin tradition, Brahmin DNA, please understand, I am not a casteist person. All of you should know, I myself is not a Brahmin DNA. I am from Adishaiva community. So you should know that I am not a casteist person, and I talk so much about social justice, and I work for the social justice. Here I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. I am not talking about the social community structure. I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. To understand, if one Brahmin child becomes part of the Gurukul and he starts manifesting powers and Sarvanyatva, and he starts manifesting this Avadanitva, not just the one child, the whole lineage is revived. Hindus need to realize, last 300 years, heavy persecution, huge effort was put to destroy this Avadani science, the superconscious mutation science, because this is the core of Hinduism. Core of Hinduism is not just in Shastras, not just in temples. All that is great. Keeping it alive, all that is container. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Understand, I am not disrespecting Shastras or the temples. No way. But all I am telling you is, Shastras and temples are all containers. See, when invaders invaded India, they burnt libraries, whole thing. Some of our libraries was burning for 2 years. Around 20 million books, manuscripts have been burnt. But the whole thing was rewritten within next 10 years by just 10 Brahmins sitting in a remote forest, because in their DNA the whole thing is programmed, and in their memory the whole thing is there. They just sit and go on writing. Patanjali himself says, I took my 1,000-headed Patanjali Adisesha form and wrote this whole Mahabhashya. It means he became the Sahasravatani, the 1,000 independent, intelligent brain tracts. He activated it, and all the whole 1,000 track revealed all the 1,000 branches of the knowledge. Patanjali is the Tamil Brahmin who is a Sahasravatani, mantra, Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. Is the Tanjore Brahmin. Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. He reveals the whole Mahabhashya. So if you just have one Patanjali, even if 1,000 libraries are burnt, no problem. They will repeat it and rewrite it, pen the whole thing down in next 10 years. That is the way, even though millions of temples are destroyed and the libraries got burned, we immediately came back. We immediately revived the whole thing in next generation, within next generation. Now is the time to revive not just the Avadani science of organ-centric, mantra-centric, Shastra and Shastra-centric, all the 25 branches of Avadani tradition. Sahasravatana in all 25 branches, the mantra, power manifestation. Power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana is one of the signs, branches. We can create kids who can perform 1,000 power manifestation at a time. Sahasravatana at a time. I can talk about all these things. With Paramashiva's grace, I have a right to talk about all these things because I already demonstrated many things which I am talking. Understand? The organ-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is this remote vision, ability to read blindfolded, and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is that any book, without opening the eyes, the kids can just tell what is there in which page. Already Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. Sarvanyatva, not just Nithyananda, many kids along with Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. And Astra-centric, Astra-Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. This comes under this materialization. Many other power manifestations come under this Astra and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. You can receive anything you want and send anything you want. Many of these powers, these Avadana traditions, these sciences I have demonstrated. Now, through a large-scale Gurukul, I'll be taking this whole science to the whole world. See, the good news I have for all of you is, with the grace of Paramashiva, we demonstrated it is possible. We already revived the foolproof. The methodology is success, end-to-end, the quality control pass. That is done. Now we will have to make it available to the whole world by making large numbers, like 10,000 balasans, 10,000 female sannyasinis, 10,000 rudraganyas, manifesting these different Avadana traditions. That is what we have to do, and that is what I am doing. That is what I am focused, and I know what all the dangers and attacks possible what all the persecution, dangers and attacks possible. I am first doing all the protection needed to protect once I start doing this work. To understand, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will do it, and he is doing it. He is really doing it. He is doing great work in large scale. Great work in large scale. I am just creating the infrastructure needed to host these thousands of kids, thousands of Gurukul Balasans, thousands of sannyasis, Rudraganyas, Apat sannyasis, who will work on the superconscious mutation, start manifesting these powers. I'm just working. So understand, by the time I evolve these infrastructures, all of you who put the message, Srikant, Nithyaramani, Ramesh Ramani, all of you, you guys plan for getting more and more Brahmin kids. Your very DNA which you want to revive. Start working. If you feel, oh, it is little late for me, Swamiji, especially Ramesh Ramani may say, I think Swamiji, it is little late for me. But no problem. You have daughters, you have sons and daughters. You tell your daughters to give birth. Let the next generation. See, if possible, you give birth. If not, your sons and your daughters. Ask them. If you want to 2 child for your family, have 2 for you, and give few more kids birth to at least 2-3 more, and let that child go and be part of the Gurukul and revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I tell you, sending a child to the Gurukul will be equivalent to donating $1 billion to Hindu society. Because even if you give $1 billion, what will I do? I have to find a living DNA, kids, who will go through the superconscious mutation process and manifest this to the world. I can do all the Sahasravatana, but one person doing, maybe it will bring glory to me, but I am interested in bringing the glory to the whole Hindu tradition, not just me. I am interested in reviving this whole tradition where 10,000 kids perform the superconscious mutation process of Sahasravatana. I want all the Brahmins to know, especially if you are from a family where alcohol and non-veg is not a lifestyle, where still you keep the Brahminical traditions alive, you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA which can revive Hinduism. So I request the Brahmins, especially still who are living the Brahminical lifestyle of no non-veg, no alcohol, that lifestyle. You all need to know you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA, and your kids not only can be the greatest gift for reviving Hinduism, they can be greatest gift for the whole humanity. Sonali Gupta is asking, what was the Kashmir Avatani tradition? Kashmir Avatani tradition was power manifestation science. On power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. If you see the whole Kashmiri Shaivite tradition, it was all about the power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. They were able to manifest 1,000 powers at a time. Sahasravatana on Shakti Avishkarana tradition. See, a university, Hindu university, this is the way it existed. Fortunately, I could get the blueprint of at least 12 universities that existed. Tarukavanam. Tarukavanam is one of the greatest Hindu university where the rewriting of all the Puranas happened. The Tarukavana rishis. And then the Kadambavanam. Kadambavanam is around the Madurai. There was a university. Madurai was called Kadambavanam, and around the Madurai, one university. And Vedaranyam. Vedaranyam, forest of Vedas in Tamil Nadu. Vedaranyam. And Kanchi. Like that, different universities' blueprints I got. Fortunately, Paramashiva gave access to me. In that, I saw all these universities had 25 branches of Sahasravatani. People who can perform 1,000 actions spontaneously, simultaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation, either centered on organs, or centered on Shastras, scriptures, or centered on Shakti Avishkarana, power manifestation, or centered on Astra Shastra Vidyas. Like these 25 branches, the metallurgy and arts, the whole Vishwakarma Sampradaya. Understand, we had Vishwakarmas who can perform 1,000 acts at a time on the science of sacred arts. Vishwakarmas are called Vishwakarma Brahmins. You should know that. They are Brahmin DNA. That was one of the branch in the 25 branches of the university. With Paramashiva's grace, we will revive all the 25 branches. Sahasravadanis in each branch. At least few thousand kids, so that it is kept alive forever in the future. I have already demonstrated the grace of Paramashiva. The science Paramashiva gave to me is working. I have already demonstrated. Now I just needed to scale it up. And I also realized what all the external attacks and internal attacks possible. When I scale it up, based on that, I am creating an infrastructure where once we start doing it, we will not need to waste our time in defending ourselves from the external attacks and internal attacks. We have a complete foolproof system where there is no attacks. We are absolutely safe. With the grace of Paramashiva, He has already given us that kind of a legal, political structure. Now we are just making infrastructure. And this is what is the real revival of enlightened civilization. Conscious civilization. And I know now what I said, what I focused, and what I delivered is too much even to grasp. These Avadani traditions which I described, 4 different Avadani traditions. Organ-centered, mantra-centered, Shastra-Astra-centered, sacred arts-centered. Just understanding this 4 itself, you need to watch this satsang at least for 10 days. And you should first of all understand Avadani. You should see few Avadanis. Only then you will understand what is this Avadani tradition. Only if you see my Gurukul Balasans manifesting some 10-12 powers, you will understand this power manifestation is possible. Till then you can never understand. You may think, no, it is not possible. It is all just humbug. You can go on. But only if you see, check for yourself, foolproof, you will understand, wow, it is all true. Same way, only if you see few Avadanis, you will understand. The Avadani tradition is possible. Is possible. And understand all these various Avadani traditions. Totally 25 different Avadani traditions existed in Hinduism, documented as the documents I could see. Whatever documents I could see, I saw these 25 traditions. So, I am going to revive this 25, and Paramashiva has blessed me with the knowledge, ability, energy, Kundalini Shakti to perform the superconscious mutation for all these 25 traditions. In these 25 traditions, each one represents one face of Paramashiva. One face of Paramashiva represents one Avadani tradition. Avadani is a person who can perform multiple acts simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation happened in him. It can be in the field of organs. It can be in the field of Shastra scriptures. It can be in the field of power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. It can be in the field of Sthapatya Veda, sacred arts. Sthapatya Veda. It can be in the field of food and medicine, Ayurveda, Ayush Veda. Food and medicine both are considered as the same branch in Hindu tradition. Food and medicine was not separate. It was one and the same in Hindu tradition. And all these 25 branches, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will be reviving through the superconscious mutation process. Paramashiva himself is here to do this work, to do this job. all the major Hindu universities we had, Naimisharanya, Tarukavana, Kadambavana, Vedaranya, all these were the great universities which had all these 25 traditions, 25 Sarvanya Pitas. Understand? Temples, monasteries, gurukuls, libraries, all of them are containers. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Especially if you are from a Brahmin community who's still living the Brahminical traditional lifestyle of no non-veg and no alcohol. Actually, if you don't do Gayatri, if you don't do Sandhya Vandanam, if you don't do Agnihotra Mandala also is okay. I'm not saying don't do. Even if you have not performed all of that is also okay, because that can be just revived. But the non-veg and alcohol and drugs directly affects the very DNA structure. The capacity of the DNA is lost if you allow non-veg and alcohol and drugs. If you have kept non-veg, alcohol, drugs away and lived the Brahminical lifestyle, if you just keep these three away, that Brahminical lifestyle will be more than enough. You are still carrying a powerful DNA which can be a great blessing not only for Hindus, for the whole world. Because if you give one child, for example, Paramesha, Shri Advaita and Mahadvaita gave Paramesha and Tattva to Gurukul. Especially Paramesha, the way he started manifesting powers when he was a kid. It is not that now he is only one sannyasi or one kid, one balasant manifesting powers. He is going to revive, inspire a lineage. I'm giving an example. If he becomes a Pitadipati, once fully able to perform Sahasravatana, 1,000 actions, he can easily perform 50 at least right now. 50 power manifestation he can perform right now, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. I just need to support him with the ecosystem, and it will be just hardly 2-3 years work for him to become 1,000 Sahasravatani in power manifestation, in Shakti Avishkarana. Because he's a Tamil Brahmin, the Tanjavur Brahmin DNA, he will be naturally centered on mantra, the Shastra, scripture-centric Sahasravatani, that he will naturally manifest with the power manifestation. Because power manifestation directly I am giving. So you will be able to do both, like a power manifestation, Sahasravatana, and mantra, Shastra manifestation, Sahasravatana. Both he will be able to easily perform. So when he does that, if he becomes a Pitadipati, a sannyasi, he will be inspiring millions of the next generation to become sannyasis and take this science forward. If he decides to become Grihastha, when he grows up and if he decides he wants to get married, at least his whole family and the lineage, that Karuvali Parambarai, will start carrying the same awakened superconscious mutation DNA. Anyway, he will be blessing for the world. If he takes up Grihastha, he will be making few kids manifesting. If he becomes sannyasi, he will be making few thousand kids manifesting this Sahasravatana. That's all. Understand? What I am talking is a clear Paramashiva's blueprint. He will do it. He is doing it. He is doing it. I tell you, the real work is all about super conscious mutation. Actually, when Paramesha had a fracture in the hand, it is because of my fear for Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I sent him to hospital. If there was no interference of Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I would not have sent him to hospital. Because I know how to heal it simply, just by the superconscious mutation. But Madhvait is terrorized. What can I do? I have to be legally right as per the Indian law. So I said, all right, take him to hospital and do what need to be done. I only consciously supported him. If I did not have Madhvait, Rishiyadvait's interference, all it would have taken for me is 10 minutes to remove the pain, next 10 minutes to make the bone set. And after half an hour, I'll tell them, hey, now take the X-ray and show that it's all clear. The X-ray will prove he's all right, it's all clear. That's it. No question of any other things needed. Because this Avadana tradition, when the superconscious mutation starts happening inside a child, he gets the power to manifest the body as he wants. Paramesha did not have pain when he had a fracture, his connection with me. But he has to be sent to hospital for medical attention is because of Mahadvait and Rishiyadvait's fears. Middle class Hindus, what to do? For last 5-6 generations, even they do not know that this kind of avadana is possible, and even they have not seen their parents or great-grandparents manifesting these powers. At least 3-4 generations it is gone. So they are all jittery, shaky middle-class Hindus. Always they want to have a plan B, that fallback. And it is not their mistake. That is the way now, because for so many generations you did not see all this is possible. Forget about Mahadvait, Rishiyadvait, Paramesha getting medically treated. When I had the fracture, not only I did not have pain, but finally, no hospital was ready to do the surgery without anesthesia. I am telling, hey, I am an adult. I will write and give you that I don't want anesthesia. You perform the surgery directly. Actually, I did not even want to go to the allopathy hospital. I want to go to the Puttur. In Tamil Nadu, there is a place called, sorry, not Tamil Nadu, Andhra. There is a place called Puttur, Nagari Puttur, where the Sahasravadanis of medical field, in that one branch is still alive. Any kind of fracture, they will cure it without any surgery in 10 days. From all over the world, people come there. I want to go there actually. But these guys were constantly, these doctors, no, we cannot discharge you from the hospital and it has to be done within the next few hours. All this big mess, and I thought, oh God, even I have to be legally obedient. Obey legally. Even I cannot go through the surgery without anesthesia. That was. But what to do? When you are in a country, you have to go through their legal system. Actually, the moment I had the fracture, I told my disciples, hey, drive to Nagariputtur directly. Don't go to Bangalore. But somehow these fellows said, no, Swamiji, let's first take the X-ray and know where the fracture is exactly and take it to the Nagariputtur so that they will repair it. We will go to hospital only for diagnosis, but treatment we will go to Nagariputtur. But once you enter the hospital, they say, no, we can't discharge you. You are a VIP. And the hospital will get the bad name if we send you out. Then I said, all right, perform at least surgery without anesthesia. But the law is law. They said, no, it's a law of the land. They have to first of all report to police, and they have to report to government because a VIP having a hand fracture, and they are answerable to any of the repercussions or outcomes. Anyhow, but I tell you, only when I demonstrate the powers of the superconscious mutation, world will realize the greatest gift Hindus are having, which need to be shared with the whole world. This will be the greatest gift Hindus will be giving to the whole world. I'll continue with my initiations into superconscious mutation in the further sessions. Today I wanted to reveal the blueprint, Paramashiva's blueprint. In the further satsangs, I'll give you detailed initiations. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. Science of manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Pramanas gives us the cognitive shift from what we understand as mind, self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. Beyond that exists a superconscious mutation space which can be experienced, mapped into this physical reality. All the initiation and all the powerful cognition manifesting as physical reality for us is the manifestation. The Shastra Pramana, the authentic scriptures, Shrutis, Vedagama stand as a foundation for Hinduism. Apta Pramana, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilation of the experience of the sages, rishis, and millions of masters who manifested all the powers as per the Shastra. Atma Pramana, with Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of the guru's initiation in the disciple of a particular lineage, is demonstrable to the world. Pratyaksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. In the Avatar Shastra, it's clearly documented how phenomenal brain changes the cognitive shift, which changes the brain chemistry, and which brings us to the such great space where the brain coherence is being clearly mentioned, and how the thoughtless space is really recorded as a physical output that can be experienced only by the power manifestation because of the superconscious mutation and initiation from the guru. Now let's go to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana for the breath dimension is taken from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.19. Beautifully, Bhagavan says for the breath dimension, the source scriptures, Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.19, Shakti Sandhani Sariro Patihi. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, uniting in oneness with the supreme power, the embodiment of that which is cognized and willed manifest at once in the length, breadth, depth, time, and space. Bhagavan beautifully says how we create constantly the reality, what we know as the length, breadth, depth. Constantly we are deluded into that space of what we understand as the materialistic world, which is something which we are creating but pretty unconscious. Bhagavan Paramashiva says when the superconscious mutation happens, the brain is able to really live to the maximum capacity of what it can do, and that is what performing thousands of the tasks at simultaneously. A avadani is somebody who sits in front of a person and 6 people simultaneously ask question to this person, and they answer to all the question one by one by a deep listening to all of them at the simultaneous time. They listen to everybody, and one by one they are able to answer the question. All this deeper truth is available, and the science is available, and all we need to do is surrender our identity and experience the deep oneness with Paramashiva, where we can experience the greater truth. That is why Bhagavan says when you manifest powers, you start understanding the higher and higher truth. Beautifully, Bhagavan says how a landlord has a lady who comes to give him a milk, the milk packets, and She used to always come late. The landlord used to say, "Why are you coming late?" And she used to say, "I used to go to a Bhagavatam place and where they have such beautiful stories on Krishna's and so much of scriptures, but I don't understand anything, but I just sit and then come here." He says, "Anyway, you don't understand. Why are you going? Don't go. Come here and don't be late." And again, she repeats the same thing again and again and again. One day, he gets fed up of her. He says, "Okay, bring your basket and put it under the water." What happens to the basket? Nothing is held in the basket, everything is gone. So, what is the point of you going there if you don't understand anything, if you don't grasp anything? She beautifully answers that what happens is, the landlord, she says, the basket is cleaned. All that we need to understand, the more and more our liver is clean, we are able to experience the higher dimensions, the higher possibility. All the subtle grooves starts functioning. Bhagavan beautifully says the liver is responsible for many of the higher reality to be mapped into our brain. And detoxing the liver, especially Bhagavan beautifully says how the detox happens when you take the banana stem juice. And he used to recommend that for the Gurukul, where the Gurukul kids used to drink. And in our country, in Hinduism, they used to put even a person who has been stung by a snake to be laid down on a banana stem, and simply the whole poison is removed from the body. It's so powerful, and so much of detox happens when you take all these herbs and what Bhagavan has given, all these great scriptures that tells us that how the herbs really help us in the higher and higher consciousness reflecting into our system. The Haritaki, Panchakriya, and taking the neem juice in the morning removes so much of toxin from the body, taking the castor oils and all the herbs that is mentioned in the Shastras that Bhagavan has beautifully said has removed so much of toxin from the balasans that they are able to manifest this higher, greater reality into their physical demonstration, and the greater truth is revealed again and again. Today, Bhagavan gives us the beautiful Apta Pramana, how the people lived in those days, demonstrating all these powers. Here from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 10, Chapter 62, verse the 14 to 19, it is clearly said that Usha is the daughter of Banasura. One day she had a dream of a very nice young man and she wanted to know who it is. And she goes to her friend Chitrakala, and Chitrakala really through her third eye was able to see Usha's dream and draw the picture of that person. And finally they found out he is none other than Anirudh, who is Krishna's grandson, and she gets married to him. The greater science that was available again and again is retold, that all the science is available in deeper and deeper possibilities. This is the basic possibilities, but to the extent of teleporting to different places, and they were able to map the structural things into the physical reality. Like Balasans used to just see a building and they were able to give the whole building drawing just at one glimpse. All the science is available again and again. Bhagavan is reminding us when we detox and raise ourselves to the superconscious mutation and have powerful cognition to understand this greater science into our physical reality. And Bhagavan himself says how he manifested the power of mapping the superconscious mutation into physical reality, of drawing the yantra when he was 10 years old and sculpting a deity as a child.
Sannidhi of Devi Unnamulayamman. I was standing in one corner. Suddenly I saw the cosmic geometrical representation That time I did not know the word, only now, later on I came to know it is Sri Yantra in the golden, shining, absolute energy light form. Then Devi appeared in this very form. She is gracing now with Lakshmi and Saraswati. When I had darshan, I saw only Devi, Bhuvaneshwari. Here she is gracing with Lakshmi and Saraswati. There, when I had darshan, I saw her only this form. The Angushan, Pashan, Abhayan, Varada. It's just too much. Too much. Slowly, that very geometry and that form both disappeared into my inner space. Then I went back to home, carved the deity as I experienced in the stone, carved the Devi the same way I saw in stone, and carved that Sri Chakra the same way I saw in copper plate. This happened. You can see the yantra I carved after the darshan at the age of 10. And this is the deity of the Devi. This is the deity of the Devi I carved at the age of 10.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explained how he just mapped how the yantra and Devi just merged into his inner space, and he's able to really showcase that to the world, and how he was able to draw that in the yantra, in the copper plate. And the Sri Chakra as his inner space is the ultimate. Even by seeing the Sri Chakra, drawing those triangles and matching that is so difficult. But here, beautifully, he's able to do that. In India, it's a culture where they get up in the morning and they, outside the house, they draw a huge mandala every single day with dots and lines. That really maps into their inner space. And now science has caught up and said so many studies of drawing mandalas to manifest higher powers. And this is one of the signs that Balasins draw a lot of mandala, especially the Sri Chakras. All the Balasins know to draw for mapping the higher consciousness into their reality. Because once you have your geometry in yourself, which is aligned to cosmic geometry, all your feelings, emotion, all your 25 faces into one particular space where it is aligned to the superconscious space, you can think very clearly and the coherence starts happening. And this helps exactly to do that. Here you can see the Balasins who have never heard of these authors drawing all the pictures so vividly and clearly. And the Nithyananda Yogam participants are sharing those great details, what they experienced with the Balasins.
Vincent van Gogh, The Starry Night. And then she started immediately started like doing a round, like a star. And then she started drawing like a tree. She didn't know what was it. And she asked me, what is it? And then she wasn't sure if it was correct. And I said, yes, go on, it's right. And then she started drawing a moon and then the whole star. And it was a perfect image of drawing of the artwork. So this is the Starry Night. And then I told her to draw the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, which was designed by a famous architect, Gaudi. And she started with the tower, and then she asked me if it contained more than one tower, if it had two towers, and if it were connected. I said, yes, there was two towers connected, but there are more than two towers. And then she started drawing the main entrance. There are three facades of this church, and she started drawing the exact facade, the main entrance, with the four towers, and then going down, and then here, how it's going. So that was amazing, because I know the Sagrada Familia, but I wouldn't be able to draw it by myself. I would have looked constantly on the drawing and then draw it. But she just...
You can see how beautiful she was just able to replicate the exact drawing from her third eye into the physical reality. Today we can have any author given by your partner. You can draw that, or you can draw the Sri Yantras or different mandalas of different deities and map it to your physical reality in the page with a paper with all the details. If you don't know to draw, you can write on the detail and then see how it matches the exact picture. You can have your partner do it, or you can figure it out in the Google, verify with the Google all these greater details. If you're drawing the yantra, you can see in the Google whether the yantra is matching the drawing that you have put, and take a picture of both, and you can share it at the end of the session. And let's start. All we need to do is sit straight with the head, neck and spine in the straight line. Understand that everything that exists is Paramashiva. Everything that is happening is Paramashiva. Then how are we experiencing that as our reality? There is no such thing as our reality. That is what again and again Bhagavan is saying. All that exists is Paramashiva. All that is celebrated is Paramashiva. And we are using this body to celebrate that greater science. It is like a vehicle, and that is used. How you have a car or different vehicles. We use this body as a container, Bhagavan says, to experience the superconscious mutation of that experience of higher zones, how we live as Paramashiva. Paramashiva is not a person, it is the energy, it's a frequency. And we start understanding we are a higher being, higher dimensions, how we exist, and map it to this physical reality, which brings so much of auspiciousness, abundance, and bliss. So now let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Deeply connect to Paramashiva. Hold the space of Paramashiva, who you are, with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Be very clear that Paramashiva, who you are, is in the parallel universe, is manifesting through you as the physical, whatever you want to see, and will show you in your third eye, and you can have that superconscious mutation as your experience, physically mapping it to the diagram. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya deeply from your inner space, from the navel center, with the whole being vibrating with the deep listening and in deep gratitude and the beautiful blissful oneness bhava. You can experience the highest superconscious mutation as your reality. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya to experience the breath dimension.
See yourself as 25-headed, 50-handed Paramashiva, as eternally 16, youthful. Commit with Paramashiva. Only He exists. Anything else is delusion. Now, sit straight. We'll enter into the process. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eye. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eye. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifesting all our third eye. Let the Amrita pool, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes, and whatever Paramashiva has shown as the diagram, go ahead, authentically verify the detail with your partner or with the Google, and please go ahead, share the greatest truth to the world. More and more you start celebrating by contributing to others' life, you will see your life expanding so much. In whatever way we are contributing to others' life, that is exactly how we are expanding. So when you see others that Paramashiva is real and you start sharing all this powerful cognition, power manifestation, and your experiences, how it has changed your life, manifesting the greater and greater reality, you will start simply seeing the others responding to those beautifully, and you will start seeing the shift in you. And make sure you have the hashtag Paramashivoham Shakshi Pramana, hashtag Kailasha, hashtag Nithyananda, hashtag Power Manifestation. Now, let's surrender all this powerful truth, powerful cognition, and power manifestation at Bhagwan's lotus feet in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagwan for all that he's showering on us every single day. And thanking all of you in all the social media manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, following the simple integrity, simple obedience, tuning the Jnana Pada, everyday satsang, everyday kriya, the puja, everyday yoga, and everyday power manifestation. Thank you so much for being here. And with the powerful space, Paramashiva is real in thought, word, and action, holding that everything, everyone is Paramashiva, and holding that in everything that we do continuously throughout the day. And let's end this session with the Purna Mantra. Let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the awareness to your third eye, and let's chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamadashyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. And the next session will be at 6 p.m. IST. You can join through eKailasha. Thank you, Nithyanandam.